You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever. Maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve it. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double pole inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field. And if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition. And you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 324th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, April 16th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English My name is Rick Cramond. I'll be one of the hosts today, along with Flint Mulhausen. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Kesh of the Kesh Foundation. And I believe he's ready to speak in today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these series of knowledge seekers workshops. We welcome the honorable members of the Universal Council and Earth Council as we take a new dimension into the journey of man in space. There's a couple of things from the past which I would like to clean out, and then we start a new cycle of teaching. And I'll explain to you step by steps where and how we will go. A new dimension, and as I said in the couple of teachings since Monday, Kesh Foundation has laid out and set out and is going through the what we call preliminary stages of delivery into the international arena for what it says the physical matters of all these conditions, how they can overcome. We announced weeks ago, we saw corona in the head, in the brain, in the organs, and in the skin. And it took the world community to reach some weeks later and confirm it. So in a way, we are far ahead of the present time. And as we are far ahead in so many ways, to us, the situation with the corona is over. We are looking what corona has brought and how we can develop to the next step. Corona showed us our weaknesses. Corona showed where we have not managed to cover ourselves. Corona brought us indication in the lack of education, the knowledge of man, and what they called control of the emotion, and the use of emotion to the benefit of some who wanted to take the nations for ransom. We saw the misconduct of Gates in calling himself, pre-shooting himself, that he'll be the world leader, and he will use his vaccination to control the world. We saw the first shot on the bows of his presidency in a way as His Excellency President Trump sank his boat. We knew there is a problem as some 2 or 3 weeks ago, the government of the United States canceled the $10 billion Microsoft contract. And on the back of it, we saw the indication of President Trump yesterday ignoring Bill Gates and his threat that he'll release the vaccine in November when he shows he'll become the president on the back of another president, a leech life. Then this comes to, as we see, legal actions to strip the assets of Gates Foundation for taking humanity to ransom. This is to come. We will see this. We will not be short of in 2 or 3 years' time seeing Bill Gates imprisoned for life with his wife for crime against humanity and genocide. This is actually rolled by what President Trump decided to do yesterday. In a way, the humanity has been taken to ransom by one criminal organization, and they thought they are head and dictate. We'll shoot another arrow into this ship to make sure that it sinks for good. Teaching of today looks post-corona. And what this means is we have given all the knowledge to the governments, it's for them how they use it, and how the Kesh Foundations around the world will bring it to be used. We have seen the recurrence of corona in a different shape, claiming millions more lives in China. The statistics and security reports from the United States confirms 20 million deaths in China from corona. This is not anymore Kesh Foundation data release, but confirmed by the National Intelligence Securities of the United States that they now confirm China has and could have lost in excess of 20 million in the first cycle. We expect the second cycle in China to bring another 30 to 50 million deaths on the table. We have curtailed the progress and the death in Iran, and we are supporting all the Iranian nationals across this planet through the Iranian setup. We have done this, and a number of you have helped the Iranians across this planet as they needed help in the past few weeks, as the true work of one nation has taken shape. On the other hand, what will take shape is very simple. We have to go beyond and look where the pitfalls, where the mistakes, and where we have to be vigilant has to come from this incident. We are not looking at the political and geopolitics or financial politics of it. We are looking at it as a human race. If you look and if we understood the totality of the teaching in past few weeks, there is one clear indication, and that indication is we are all passengers of this ship called Earth. And in so many ways, as we are the passengers of this ship, our defenses were not strong enough to stand an invasion of the virus called Corona. This showed a lot of weaknesses in our security structure of this planet, security structure and apparatus, how mankind will protect itself from what we know as an outside external energy source, known we call as a virus. In a way, the manned spaceship, the mothership, has been taken to ransom by an outside, man-made or whatever, to ransom. This ship needs decontamination. This ship needs cleanup. This ship needs to understand how to handle this virus for it to be able to survive. There is no difference between this and this in the space of the universe. We don't look at how our shield of protection, our bodies was opened to this. We are going through a postmortem to see how we can set systems that by setting up these systems, this will never happen. As in time to come, these spaceship of the man return to the mothership, they'll bring many coronas. We have to learn from this how to set up the conditions that this will never happen again. Otherwise, every time mankind in the coming months and years sends a ship to outside, can bring many coronas with it back in. We have to learn a new way of decontamination. We have to learn a new way of protecting both ships, inner space, and the motherland. We got to look at where was our weaknesses, what defense technology we can put in with understanding of the new plasma technology, that this situation will never happen again. The war of the man uses bullets and guns. The wars of the space uses viruses and energy packs. This virus showed the body of the man is too weak. Or man has not learned a way to protect himself from this condition. Man has two choices: to go for a physical protection like answers and the rest, or man learns the second choice, or the first to us, the transition of the energies. What does the transition of energy mean? At the moment, we have given the technology of the GANs to the man to make some preliminary protections by drinking it and covering itself. But in space, we don't have that facility. In space, we do not have such opportunity. In space, we have to understand the essence of the creation to be able to stand such an insult on man. These kind of assaults will destroy the humanity if every time a ship takes into space. I raised this question years ago with NASA, years ago with the Russian Space Agency, and in so many ways has never been understood fully. We see a hidden rise of viruses since the man took to the moon the first time. The cycle of viruses were entered into the planet through the first space excursions. Don't forget, man was looking for a dust on Apollo, but viruses were attached independent of the time and the space. Introduction of new viruses into the knowledge of the man came with Apollo trips. Now, with these new excursions in a deeper space, how many more will bring with us? As I said, we are past is a postmortem of Corona for Keshe Foundation, and we are showing you the weaknesses that you find the solutions that this will never happen. Maybe there was a coincidence good for man to have the Corona, to understand the energies which he cannot control, to find new ways that makes him ready to become part of the universal community. You have to understand there is a hidden agenda for both sides. If you take viruses back into Earth, what viruses man has that can damage the universal community, and unknowingly man will take with him into space. When a white man went to America, many indigenous people died of a simple cold which the white man brought from Europe. They never had it, they never had immunity to it, and it killed many. Now we have seen the game one way. What about the energy levels that man will take with him without knowing, and it puts in danger the life of the universal community? The postmortem of Corona brings out many, many facts on the table for human race. In one way, the human race has to make sure he is in total and absolute clean condition, both on exit and entry. Both onto motherland and onto the ship. We are not going to travel the space of universe just sitting in a ship. We are going to travel the space of universe by landing, seeing, transferring the soul energy to physicality and returning. And this process, we have to stay clean. Physical transportation will be part of the process of the pleasures of physicality. But in time, man will choose in prime conditions and the prime process of the transfer of the soul of the man than the transfer of the physicality of the man. The force of the physical conditions will force man to understand in more depth about how to protect himself in the physical and the soul level, that on the return or entry of the virus onto the planet, mankind can protect itself in one go. In so many ways, the postmortem of Corona brings Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to one point. And that is, do we put the soul of the man to be engaged by the physicality of the man, or the mankind will understand the power of his soul and encircles the physicality through the power of the soul of the man. In this process, the physical life will not come to an end, as the strength of the soul of the man will protect the physicality. As I've said in the recent past, I wrote a paper to explain this years ago. It's called Interatomic Fusion. The interatomic fusion paper I wrote was not about the energy, but was about the time to come when man will take the physical condition of his body embedded within the circle and the strength of his soul, that nothing, no chronos can ever touch. I wrote the paper years ago for the time when the man is ready to understand. And now you understand the essence of the paper. That time mankind could not understand, but now you understand why. Extending the strength of the proton that it brings in the electron within its boundary through the energy transfer and protects it as an independent entity. Interatomic fusion is, in a way, expansion of the soul of the man to interact with his atom, with its own confirmation of creation, the physicality of the man, to bring him within control. In other words, we call it a mother hug. When a child runs and is scared, the mother opens her arms and protects the child, hugs him and holds him. And in a way, the mother, the soul of the man, has to be able to do that with a child, which is confirmation of his existence and physicality, which is the body of the man. The postmortem of Corona brings in a new knowledge. I set this out on a very slow steps some 3-4 weeks ago. Initially, I brought it in as one cup, one life. And I showed you this is the soul of the man. Then we brought you the second one, cup of life, which is to do with the physicality of man. Because this is the only way I could bring you the knowledge. And in a very, very clever, easy way, I introduce you the third cup, what we call the cup of man, which brought in the embodiment of the two, as you thought. But in fact, it brought in the first and the direct evolution in the knowledge of the science of man, or the evolution of the soul of the man. Many of you needed a test run to run your car, to see how it runs, to see if it works good and if it can respond. And I gave you the cup of man because it brought to you, according to your intelligence, something which referred to your physicality and your pride, man. So the teaching has become very simple. If you came across and you became part of it, we teach you how to reach your soul. And in the process, protect your physicality. In a way, they can leash, or you can come across any energy packs. If is within the soul of the man's strength, the physicality will survive. But remember, it said, I made man in the image of myself, which is that image within the center of the soul of the man. And when the soul acts, is an image in the strength of the image of the Creator. The process now comes how you, as the last man is standing, can reach and trigger this. I gave you a test run, as we call it, a sandbag to run, to test. Last week, in a very simple way, I explained, and in the Iranian teaching last Monday, and the Universal Council teaching on Tuesday, I set the scene for this to come. In this process, we showed you how to connect the physicalities and how to connect the souls. In so many ways, as I said, partially this, now you have to understand. And in so many ways, we have connected the soul of the physicality to the soul of the man. In so many ways, the cup of man is a reference point that if you can, in a full understanding, connect to its totality or to its individuality, you will find a common strength, which in total will give you what you need. In this process, now the physical body of the man is weak and is vulnerable to forces which in totality vulnerable to very what you call abuse. What do? You bring the physicality in the realm of the soul. And you use the cup of man as a reference point for the confirmation of physical life when you want to return back to it. The gravitational magnetic field of the cup of life is your reference point for your physicality and the soul. That once you trust your soul to take dimensions of the existence to overcome what we call the condition of Krona, for example, you move out, and then by changing the strength of the fields, understanding of the totality, you move back in and you take a new physical dimension in respect to the reference point you left behind. It takes less than a second to overcome the Krona. And in fact, it takes less than a second to overcome any viruses you might have picked up in space. It's a washing machine. It's putting you through a laser cleanup of your own soul. In so many ways, you do the same for yourself when you enter a new dimension in the universe, that your soul, your physicality does not become a poison to other races. It's your responsibility to protect them, and it's not their responsibility to be afraid of you. At the same time, if you pick up from them, it's your responsibility to clean your physicality in the condition of the contact from not bringing the Krona back to earth or to your speech. You can put, as we did with the Chinese, as you've seen, they sprays and wash you with ganses. But man has to learn that he is responsible to use the strength of his soul to cleanse his physicality from criminal activities to viruses. The day of judgment is with the soul of the man from now on. Every step to protect yourself and to judge what I do does not harm to my physicality and to those who I'm responsible to for their physical and the soul life. How do you do it? Go back to your cup of man. And stand in front of it. And in so many ways, you cannot put the cup of man this way and you stand in front of it this way, or you lie down and put a cup of man this way. A man has to be a man to stand the day of judgment in front of himself. I explained in the teachings in past days, you set a cup of man in the structure of the man. The soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man. And you stand the man with his soul and a weak physical condition and allow the transformation. As I was explaining to my son, there's a different way what you get when you whip the white of an egg with the egg, or with a yolk or without the yolk, and how you mix it with a fork or with the electric mixer. This is what you have to learn. Stand in front of the cup of man as a man, not as a dead man. Or try to understand what this means. In so many ways, I gave you the secret to overcome Corona 3 weeks ago. And all I heard was produces very, very little gases at the bottom. And have you seen the circles around the bottom? Have you seen why it's not producing so much? Because in reality, if you look at the ratio of the GANs at the bottom of your water, you'll see an amazing thing which you never understood. For you as a human, the amount of the GANs at the bottom is the amount of physical existence in your physical and the soul body. This is the replication of you, but you have no understanding of it. When you look at the shape and the pattern of the ganses at the bottom, you see the soul structure and the pride and the stupidity of the man in respect to himself. How you are self-centered, how you are a giver. And when I look at the cup of man a man makes, I know the man. You all complaining, my cup of life doesn't make much.
Then you look at the structure of your own body. How much of your own physical structure carries any material to confirm its existence? Is nothing but water, but liquid, but nothingness. Then, in that process, understand in the totality of the existence what you deal in the cup of life as physical dimension and the soul of the man. I am the creator of my own soul. You made the cup of man. And it's in tune and balance with you. Your behavior, your misconduct, and your own existence. You look in the GAN's production and look into the behavior of the soul of the man. In so many ways, if you know about the magicians who read the coffee cups and tell you your fortune by looking at the structure of the ganses at the bottom of your cup of man, I tell you about the man. I come from a deeper space, and my knowledge is beyond your understanding. I come from the Creator, and I have created bodies on the table in front of you in your own physical life. Now, look at your cups and see if in reality does the physicality wants to have the chrono to get rid of the physical life, or is the soul so generous that is prepared to give, to bring what you call interatomic fusion? As I said before, you cannot run a fast boat vertically on the surface of the water. It needs to be on its own dimension. And you all set the cup of life in a vertical dead position of the man, where the separation of the soul and physicality has already taken place. Somebody's open the microphone. Can you hear me? Hello? Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Kesh, and I hear some background noise, but I don't see any microphones open. It seems to be like it's coming from your circuit there somewhere.
It's something with Ursula.
Oh?
Pardon? That's
Okay.
right. No problem. Thank you very much. Just silence it. So you come to understand exactly where we sit and why and how we have introduced the cup of life and a cup of man and the two cups of lives. Now, set your cups in the structure of your physicality. And or set your cup of life in the structure of your death. You decide which side. Many of the knowledge seekers have started seeing the separation, seeing and understanding the separation of the soul of the man by seeing their own body lying where they can see the life in a different way, watching down and looking down. And one stupid guy in Esfahan said to the other knowledge seekers who reached the point of maturity as a family, your third eye has opened and the aliens come to get you. Don't forget, this guy is part of the same group as works with Israelis. So it comes to one understanding. Many of you will go to the next phase of the understanding where you're aware of leaving your physical body, but in a very generous and kind way. In a way, for the first time, you see what happens to you in the realm of physicality when you go to sleep. Now that you have elevated the soul of the man and you have elevated the soul of the physicality through the use of the Ganses, gradually the strength of this allows you to reach the strength that you will see your own soul. You see, in a way, your own physicality. A number of knowledge seekers have reached this point in the past few weeks. Witnessing their own physical life. This is exactly what happens to you when you die. But now you have the control of it. Now you're learning that I can be out of it, I can fix it, get rid of Corona, and go back into it. Because my energy, my power is more in the dimension of the soul of the man. Those of you who go to the steps of the flight, very few of you will reach to the flight to the Creator. In that process, you bear a child of the Creator with you to start a new cycle. And in the process of those of you who see your physical life, you will take the next step. That you learn how to travel the depth of the universe, and at the same time, when a need is, to come in and live within the soul of the physicality to protect the soul, or to stay out to protect the physicality that no one can touch it. In a way, for the first time as a human race, you can carry the body of the physicality within the structure of the soul of the man, that you never see the end, or what you call the death of the man. In so many ways, there's never been a death. And in so many ways, there is always an end of a visit to a position and to move on. The first time this was explained to man was some 2,000 years ago on the crucifixion of the Christ. But the man did not understand that Sunday was his day of his crucifixion. He was put in the physical pain. You call it the krona. He learned in that process to go to his soul and come off the cross and walk as another man. You call resurrection. Today, I teach you the resurrection. Today, you have been taught about resurrection. It was hidden in the books that the man cannot understand, but now the knowledge of the man after 2,000 years is so much that he can understand about the resurrection of the soul of the man to the dimension of physicality. In reality, as I said before, you took the matter into a nano, into a Gans, and then you took that Gans in the composition of its structure, and you made the physicality of any matter which you wanted. There is no difference between this and the resurrection. We took the body of the man. We put it through its own structure of the pain and energy dimensions. We call it a krona, or we allowed it through the pain to mature, to understand the separation of the soul and conversion to any matter state as it needs according to the space and time. The man called the Christ walked out of the cross and became a normal man and traveled through the land to south of France and to Spain. And he lived a normal life as a man. So, for the first time, man in this condition of krona has been put through the pain of feeling it, the same as the Christ did, and he took to his soul. And then he manifests himself as a man who was recognized in the same dimension of physicality by Mary, and it took to the boats and land across the seas to live a normal life. Soon, the daughter of Christ's blood will be known to mankind, as he left the same. The bloodline goes through the female. Now you understand. The understanding of the krona was to bring mankind to such a process of pain that he understands the power of his soul and understand the position of the transition to the matter state. Last Thursday was the birth of Mahdi, and last Sunday was crucifixion of Christ. The day of resurrection within 3 days. Understand the knowledge, not the magic. Apply the knowledge and don't become a magician. If you understood in a cup of man, I gave you the cross. If you understood, not to crucify the man, but show the position of the strength of the man in respect to the operation of his soul and the point of departure. Where do you want to place it? And how do you want to position it? Do you want to take it to the point of pain for the transformation? Or do you want to go through the point of understanding and elevation to achieve the same? The choice is mankind. And what we see today, mankind has chosen the cross in respect to Corona. And interesting enough, the Christ was given a crown of thorn. And Corona means a crown. If you mature to understand this, and the way I've explained it, you mature to apply it, only those who have committed crime and genocide will be left in the dimension of physicality, and they have to answer to their own crime. And I know one person will sure will be there. And the partner in crime. I always call this Helen. One day I explain to you why. She's actually hell, created life soul. Now I understand why I gave you the cup of life. Understand why I gave you the cup of man. And understand what the interaction of the two is. Understand when you need to keep the two cups separate, and when is the time and the need to bring two cups to create the soul of the man. Many of you will ask, can I make another cup for another person? Your limitation is creation of the two cups. The connection is the decision of their soul. And if you make a cup of man for another soul, you are responsible for it to the time of its creation and created life in the span of the universe. I brought with me a twin soul when I came, and I declared it to Caroline at a very early stage. And that twin soul has been embedded in two, and they will shine like the stars in the cycle of humanity to come. But you have to decide where you place the two. Because you are responsible for it, and you have to answer to it for the time to come. If you think I make a cup of life and then a cup of man for my father who's sick, has he given you the consent to do so? Can I make many cups for many people? Have you had the consent to interact with their souls? The only ones you are responsible for and due to, and through the mother can do, is your own children to the age of their own maturity of their souls. Has no age limit, no physical dimension. Now, understand. And see how many of you are ready to take the journey of what I call interatomic fusion. to fuse your soul of physicality in the trust of the soul of your own entity. And don't forget, always, never forget. This is what man have not understood, that the two souls interact all the time. And in that process, there is a sort of totality. And somewhere in between the physical body of the man, in the neck and the structure of the heart, is the position of this field strength. If you feel the love in the heart of the man, what we call the soul, you still understand the measure of physicality. If you feel the love of the Creator or your own soul, you will feel in the center of the soul of the man. If you understand that the interfusion, the totality of the conversion and the balanced field of the creation, you will feel it in this mind. Then you will understand the cup of man, by its nature, has created such a point. And then you understand what would you like to interact and change and cover. Then it comes to one very important point. Do I need to drink or to breathe or to worry about Corona? If you understand this, you should not be worried about any, even feeding yourself, even warming the dimension of physicality, even manifesting yourself on any position anywhere in the universe. If you understand it, it's like a very simple equation which they have been teaching you in the school. For those of you who are mathematicians, to understand into atomic and conversion of the soul and a point of reference. Where A is the soul of the man, B is the soul of the physicality of the man, C is the soul of your cup, D is the soul of your physical cup. Now you understand. Anyone suffers, you need to find a balance in the others to bring balance to this side. At the moment, the soul of the physicality of the man is suffering through its physical dimension. What do you need to create on this side that you can support this side? Or what do you need to add on this side that you can keep this side of the equation balanced? When this loses, this needs to give more. And for this to give more, it needs to receive more equal balance on both sides. Or they give for you to keep balance. If you understand what I've taught today, you have understood the secrets of life anywhere in the universe, in any dimension. Then no one can raise the dead, and no one can walk away from the cross. What's in front of you is a knowledge of life for man from now on in this place. What you will learn from today's teaching is no one, no magician, no dictator, no Billy can stop you anywhere in the universe to decide the position and the condition of your soul. In so many ways, the pain of the suffering of the Christ on the cross has been felt by the total humanity in the losing of so many in past few weeks. The pain of the loss is not by one, but to be felt by the whole of humanity. And you have responded. And in a way, you have reached a point that the total human soul was to walk out of that cross and resurrect without any pain, without any krona. And this is the opportunity we give you. You have the chance to stay on the cross and go to the total demise, or collectively as a knowledge seekers, walk the man off the cross and resurrect. Then no one anywhere in the universe can dictate like Billy or kill you like Krona. The word Krona was chosen by so many ways to crown the death of the man, the end, the same thorn crown on the head of Christ. But this time landed on the empty land with no head, and the only victims of it are those who planned out to put the man on the cross. Now, you decide and you understand. I gave you the solution into every problem of the man, from hunger to food to protecting the physical life, and to every other dimensions from travel in the depth of the universe, and everything else on one screenshot. But what is your intelligence? And how much of it do you understand? Or do you need to have a PhD to be high enough to be deluded in the knowledge of non-existence? Understand what is on the table, understand what is your screen, and if you understood, you can meet with the Creator in 1 second. But none of you will reach that level. Very few, and it's gifted to two. Even them, they have to decide if they have matured enough to take the responsibility. Then you understand the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. We are here to serve, and not to be served. You serve from your soul to your physicality and do not expect to be served back, because it is not there on the intention of the man, it's there by the will of the two souls. In so many ways, the past 3 weeks has brought the maturity of millions of years to humanity. And in so many ways, what we gave you as a cup of man is a gift to humanity to mature. In a way, as we say, you've done a good job. Sit down and have a cup of tea. That tea is the cross, and the cup is the cup of life. You decide. You want to come off the tea, or you want to stay with the cross. Then, when you send a cup of life 1 and 2, you send some extra miles and you explain to them, you decide. It's very simple. Mankind does not need much more to understand the elevation of his soul. Mankind does not need much more to eradicate every illness from the physical body of the man. Mankind does not need to understand the work of the universe if he understands the work of his own soul, as his soul is the universe. In totality, in 3 months, more or less in 3 months, we have brought the knowledge of the universe for man to understand. Because we prepared you for years through teachings, now the understanding is simple. All the ingredients for the cake was brought in and mixed the right way, and everything else was done. It was just putting into the oven and putting the right temperature for it to rise and ready to enjoy the cake. And in so many ways, the temperature came and raised with Corona. Now the cake is ready. Now you understand why we are post-Corona. Post-Corona has brought mankind a gift to let the soul of the man to join the universal community and travel the spans of universe like them, or choose the path of the hard way and travel through the spaceship. As I said once, mankind has been on the same roller coaster going around the sun as he locked his physicality in the dimension of the GANs to his existence on Earth. Now you can take that GANs, which is your soul, and travel across the universe, and you can literally come off this roller coaster of physical life on this planet. The roller coaster will never stop. It's you who has to decide when to get off it, and if you want to be on it on this planet. The game of running like a mouse round the same circle is over for mankind. It's you who has to decide when to come off this roller coaster from now on. And when you want to go back on it, because it had some pleasures when you were on it. The choice of the freedom is given to the soul of the man with these teachings, not to the physicality of the man. The physical man is tied up on the roller coaster. The soul of the man has the freedom of the roller coaster choice, or can walk in this garden of the pleasures of the universe till he decides, or she decides, or the soul decides which roller coaster he wants to get back onto. And as you know, some roller coasters need some covers and equipment, and it needs some measures to be able to enjoy the ride. And that man will learn in the span of universe when he travels. In so many ways, if you understood the original teachings of the Keshe Foundation, as I explained recently, into and for the knowledge seekers, this is your soul. And you remember the magnet. You put some dust of iron and you saw the iron light. To you, these were magnetic lines. To your soul, these are connections to different strengths, to different souls and conditions. If you follow this, you most probably end up here. If you follow this, you most end up in Mars. Or if you go to this, you end up to the soul of your mother. Now you understand there is no difference between the magnetic field from what you see, but now you can connect it to a net. When the soul of the man has the strength of the line of the travel to Mars, man will be in Mars in seconds, not in 7 months. As you travel the same strength to your mother to dream, to talk, and communicate. This is the new way of the transportation. If it can be put so simply on the line for you. And if you choose the dimension of the spaceship, you need to find out the strength of this and find out on which of these ends is connected to. With this, you go to Mars, and with this, you come back to Earth. Instantaneous communication, instantaneous transportation. We have given you the full knowledge. Now, next time when you play with a magnet and dust of iron, try to measure the strength of these fields. And then you find out they're very much different. And each one is connected to somewhere. And each one is coming back from the same place. You have a full knowledge to live on from now on. I'll be here for a short while to guide you. 21st of March, 2021 is the end of contract for me. I'll walk off the cross. Till that time, I can elevate you.
We come with you.
This is the point of reference. This is what you have to understand. The choice is the mankind. You want to choose the painful passage you've taken, billions of years, and the current suffering of past 3 months, or choose the path of freedom of the soul of the man from the shackles of physicality. I don't need no Iranians and no Chinese and no Americans to prove who I am and what I do. My job is to elevate the soul of the man that does not live in the dimension of physicality if he chooses so. And in so many ways, the job is done. There is one question left and one point to answer. What do we do with people like Bill and his wife and those who brought so much pain to man over centuries? Revenge and destruction should not be part of the work of the man. The decision has to be with the soul of them. What does this mean? Man cannot kill. Man cannot commit suicide. Man cannot end any cycle of life. As I said many times, if you kill, if you separate the soul of the man from the soul of physicality, you have committed the most heinous crime. Be it of your own or another. But you can elevate the soul of the man that he realizes the crime he has committed through his own soul of physicality and will not stand to allow this to happen and ends life. Separates the two. And this will take a position in the lowest level of existence as he accepted the position and the condition of the failures of his physicality. Souls know their own position according to the behavior of the physicality. So let's say this to be Billy, and this to be the soul of you or the soul of mankind. The only responsibility you have, as we have taught you, is to elevate the soul. And you'll find out the decision and point of separation will be made by the soul. You raise the level to the raise of your own understanding. And as physicality has been so abusive, taking will decide the separation. Choose the name, from Rothschilds to Illuminatis to royal families to the world leaders and those who thought are elite of the society. I've asked the knowledge seekers on Thursday to bring with them the pictures of the criminals of the world. And for you is to raise their soul. And in no time, there shall be no more pain from those who have created so much war and pain on man in past centuries, through their bloodlines or through their own individual ego and ego. Dedicate one day, each day, to one of those Start with Billy and his wife and their children. And then go for every Rothschild exists. And then go for the royal families on this planet. And then go for those who thought their wealth dictates that they can dictate the condition of the man. You will find the peace will return on this planet. And you'll find out by elevating the souls. Collectively, mankind will solve the problem of war on this planet. And then in that process, mankind, through the cup of life given, uses a common ground strength to create a new soul for man that will not ever commit no crime, not on earth, nor in space. I have given you the key to freedom of the soul of the man. From now on is your intelligence and how rapid you want to go through the transformation, and you want to understand that you want to accept the transformation and the intellect that is shared not only by you, but you share by the others. The day of judgment comes by the elevation of the soul, and not by the execution of the physicality. Let them separate. Don't separate. Now you understand. How do I turn, and how many turns am I going to lose a flat plate? You put the cup the other way. You understand every turn has a meaning, and every point has a power. But there's one thing, you cannot abuse it. Mankind will never be able to abuse this power, because it's a point of balance, it's a point of equality. There comes my tea. Here, please. That I can reach it. Thank you. I received my cup from the one I love so much. I wonder if you can receive your cup, or you can give from your cup to the one you love so much.
It's right at the moment that you mentioned the words balance of power. I thought that was appropriate.
It is the balance of power. No man has more power than the other, if you understand that souls are equal and are from the same creator. It's very simple. And it cannot be made more simple than that. Then you'll understand how we played the game with Billy in past 2 or 3 weeks, and how we made him ready to start his own physical demise. As I explained, and some of you were present, his crown and his joy and his power was to be on where he thought he had the power, and he started the power. And he played the game in a live teaching within a couple of hours, when we expose his soul to understand, he resigned from board of directors of his point of power. And from that point, his demise started. And from that point, we're seen one by one. In so many ways, do we need to take him to the courts? Or do we allow his soul to pass sentence? But this is what you will learn in a space. This is what you become good at. You don't judge, you give for the soul of the receiver to judge itself. You will soon understand. And you will soon will understand more now that you start gaining the knowledge of universe. You, through this process, would understand the universal language. The universal language is the transfer of the fields of the soul of the man. And when it received, has its own meaning and no need for translation. Humanity from this week on, from today, will enter a new phase. You will see elevation of many souls to see their own position in respect to the soul of their physicality, and their guidance and their support will come only through two souls we have appointed. And in time, these two souls themselves need to mature to understand their positions. We have appointed the channels of understanding through the Universal Council. Now we have put the roller coaster for this planet in the hand of the Earth Council members. And in that position, we have structured a universal organization, not for interaction of the man on this planet, but for understanding of totality with Now you understand why we structured everything over the past 2 or 3 years in a very systematic way. We planned, we executed one nation, one race, one planet. Those of you who signed the peace treaty on behalf of your language some 2 or 3 years ago, you signed mankind to peace. And those of you who signed the paper to your own soul, you committed your soul to freedom of the universe. And now you understand. It's your choice to choose. Stay on this planet and enjoy the beauty of it. And in that process, understanding the work of what we gave you as your human and physical in a cup of life to get rid of the sufferings of the physicality and enjoy a lasting life on this planet. Create as many things as you like and let it be enjoyed. The beauty of it will come very soon, and the process of the structure we have seen. Many nations out of nowhere in past few weeks have issued checks for their citizens to be able to live comfortable till the crisis is over. How many of these nations will and follow signing these checks for centuries to come? That no man needs to become a slave to no one. And in a way, the money has no value, but in this process, due and through Corona, it showed that Now we go to work because we love to work. We love to be part of the society. And would it come soon that the level of income will be set by the governments at the level that everybody lives a comfortable life, and you, as a correct people, what you earn, you say, I've earned that much of it, I don't need any. But if I need to live a comfortable life, I'll take from it. The man will not cheat, and man will work and enjoy the work. He lives to work. And opposite to what has been going on for past centuries, he works to live. Would the governments change is the decision that you have to enlighten through your souls, through the leaders. This crisis has shown mankind we don't need to work. If you take the factor of Corona away and look at the governments like Canadians and the Scandinavians and other countries who draw checks for their citizens, shouldn't that be the pattern of life and not dependent on the social security to live on meager life? We've seen with the Canadian government has done providing food and check at least for the time till we feel secure for the nation. Should that not be the purpose and the work of every nation? But you have to understand, now with this knowledge that you have, do you need to feed yourself? Do you become the burden of the planet? Do you need to consume energies and burn and destroy? And do you need to be abusive on the structure of the life of this planet? Life is easy anywhere in the universe. No one ever anywhere in the universe goes to work except on this doomed and doomed planet of Earth. Nowhere in the universe anyone ever worked to live. Nowhere in the universe ever anyone killed to survive. What happened on this planet, we don't understand. And now we have put it the right way, the correct way. And it's for the human race to walk out of this by their own will. And in that process, as they understand the strength of the independence of the soul, they become members of the universal community. You were waiting for the spaceships to come and take you and go open. You already are in the spaceship of the physicality of the man on the physical spaceship of the earth. You have to choose when you want to walk out of it. And as they say, when you want to abandon ship. This ship is sunk. This ship is sinking. And this ship will sink further in the coming time. The point of maturity of the soul of the man will come through his citizens of the souls, not the citizens of his physicality. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Kesh. Very, very good words. And it's absolutely true about Canada now. They've been basically issuing checks to, well, they're trying to cover virtually everybody at this point. And it's an amazing transformation that seems to be going on. That's people are baffled, and people are even complaining that they've worked so hard, and now that they don't understand what they're working for anymore sometimes in some cases. but it's an amazing transformation, and it's just the way you were putting it there. It's perfect.
In a way, you're receiving a pack of food with it too. Many Canadians have received the first essential food packs, plus the check.
Well, that could be, yes, and there's differences in the way things are being given out. It's being given out without any strings attached, basically. That's the difference compared to the welfare system, which is all about the strings and all about the middleman in between, you know, getting paid 10 times more than the people they're giving the money to, and so on. Yeah, it's the whole system has taken a major shaking, and it's going through a lot of transformations.
I think the biggest change has come with the situation we've seen in the past few days, which the position of Trump has taken with Bill Gates.
Mm-hmm.
If he does not relent, or they do not bring him undercover, we will see the end of Illuminatis. The whole of the banking system will collapse on them. They did not count on this. They will not count on this. And if so many people transfer and understand the work of the soul, the banking system which they based all their work and capturing and imprisoning and enslaving man through vaccination and food has collapsed. You don't need to eat. You don't need to consume. You don't need to use any banking system. In so many ways, are there any banks and food stores and supermarkets in the space? No. But all the souls live in the dimension of physicality. A very strange thing which a lot of you will understand is you will come to see many passengers of universe in your own shape and color and clothing, but they never work. There are travelers, it's like your backpackers. When they come across your country, they don't work in your country, and they live a good life and travel and they go through it. These are the backpackers. They just use the environment of your village, your city, your tables, your chairs, and they go through. They look like you, they eat, seems to eat and do whatever, and they move to the next destination. Then you will understand very soon, especially if you manage to transfer to the strength of your soul, you will see the universal community guides being part of your community for a long, long time. A very, very long, long time. But then you'll be baffled. Why do they go to work? Why do they do this? Because they want to be here to enjoy the pleasures of physicality the way it's pleasure to them. What they want to experience. We have started a new cycle today. Understand and start developing and start freeing your dimension of physicality from all these pains of corona and the cronies which comes with it. In a way, if you look at it, the corona, which is shape of a crown, is the true crown for the souls who have understood and elevated to understanding of the work of the universal community. I told you I take a man equal as the others that never become a slave. And that equalness is the only way to release and to elevate and for your soul to interact and not your physicality, because your physicality becomes slave to every magician and you accept every path of belief. But now that we have elevated your understanding to understand the position of your soul, you're a free soul. And in so many ways, you carry within you the knowledge of the universe and the knowledge of interaction with the universal community. The opening of the universe for man to join the universal community was for him to understand the station of his soul and no other. If you're waiting for signs and books and instructions and prophets, that is the feeble understanding of the man through understanding of the physical life, which has been abused so much. We give you the freedom. You choose to be a slave to what and for what reason is your decision. I could not teach it so easily, so openly, and so beautifully that I've done in past 3 years. I brought you for you to understand step by step. I brought you to understand every facet of the knowledge. And from now on, look inside you and you find you, which is your soul. Need help? Look at the Universal Council. And if you need help beyond, shine your lights on the 2 souls we have appointed, and they will shine back on you, and you'll find the path. Understand the work of your soul, then no one can enslave you for nothing. Not on this planet, not little Billy, and not even the blonde. Any other question?
I'll need to stop laughing first with the little Billy. It's very nice, Mr. Kish. Thank you.
He was put in to be the sacrificing sheep if it goes wrong, and he's sacrificed. But he sacrificed his soul out of his own stupidity and his wife. I explained in one of the teachings, powerful people bring incompetent wives, trying to pretend to be powerful. And this is the problem of successful men and women. We've seen, for example, the Queen of England and little tall chap, playboy, Philip. We've seen Billy with an incompetent wife, and we've seen the rest. But in so many ways, always they come with, it's part of the package. It brings the balance. You see, he stole and he became rich, and he thought this is, what do you call it, is one of his facets to steal and be good at it. He stole from the apple and created the soft. And as his wife said, everything with him is micro and soft, even his brain, and God knows about the rest. And in that process, he saw himself as a God-given right to steal. And he went for stealing the soul and the physicality of the man. But he started with the physicality, and now, in so many ways, he never understood. Those who saw him as a stupid guy, they supported him and said, if he wins, we all take. If he loses, it's him. And he lost. But this time, As I said, those who shoot the bullet and those who design the bullet and those who pay for the bullet all get the same service. And that's why you have this 30 million lives lost and to be added to 100 million through act of this group. And now we wipe them out through their own elevation of their souls. You watch in the coming time how many of these people, how and the way they will live and disappear. There's one thing sure, Rothschild wealth will be spread to pay for all the damages they've done over centuries, as of today. That's for 100% sure. Those Illuminatis who met with Rockefellers and the seed families and the others who planned this, you all be reserved up to your grandchildren. Which means no line of you will ever exist to do such a thing to humanity. Or anywhere else in the universe. Those who instigated this from outside, who know we know who they are, will be handled by universal community in a very direct way, as of today. Soon we will see the end of religions and the leadership. Soon we'll have a collective consciousness of the souls who, by their own actions, will create balance for the human race. Try to understand and spread the knowledge. And don't be so feeble that just because you thought you had a few boys around you, you can fight and stand in front of the power of the foundation. You have finished yourself in no time. We are men and we don't fight. We just love to play with women. And it's them in their weakness will make the mistakes where we do not cause the mistakes. Strong women stay strong and they bear strong children. And that's why we appointed the two to carry the human race through this cycle. Remember one point, mankind from today will go through a new cycle of understanding, maturity, and development. This time the maturity will come through the maturity of the soul and not the physicality. You have burned enough rockets and you got you nowhere except a few inches up. Not even inches compared to the dimension of the universe. With a new understanding, man will be able to travel the whole domain of the universe. And he needs to understand his own process of creation. We came with love. We created the love in the heart of the man. And with it, we took what we came here for, the children of the universe. Soon you will understand. Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, Stefania has her hand up.
Yes, yeah, I have the hand up. I've got a question from someone from the Italian community. Now I bring up, I lost the question. I'm gonna bring it up, yeah. So, yeah, I have the question here.
The question is, Does the Vatican going to survive? No.
I don't know if he likes
would
Ferrari.
Would we have a Pope? No, he's already popped. What else?
The Pope will pop.
He's already popped.
Already popped. I never see the Pope driving a Ferrari.
You never been inside the Vatican? They do a lot of it.
Okay. But we go a convertible Ferrari, and you teach us the driving license of the convertible one, which is our body, our soul. I read the question. I'm gonna read it in Italian first, because I'm not sure we got it because I have to translate it. Ok, Lara e suo marito Ivo sono collegati alle federazioni intergalattiche e hanno capito la loro origine. Hanno vissuto anni di destabilizzazione per ritrovare l'essenza. Grazie alle informazioni dell'anima di Kesh, attraverso incontri dove la figura di Kesh appariva traslucida nel suo piano fisico e più chiara nel piano astrale, grazie del tuo amore e pazienza infinita. Okay, now I translate. It's not a question, it's something that they wanted to let you know, and Lara and Ivo. So Lara and his husband Ivo, they are connected with the Federation Intergalactic.
Oh, forget about it. Forget about it. Read me a question. Forget about it.
Okay, but they want to thank you. They want to thank you.
No problem. Forget about it.
Okay. They want to thank your knowledge. That was actually the only question, because Lara, she said to me that she see you in astral level, and every time I said to her, say hello to Kesh for me. So
no problem.
I think So this was the they have another question. So from what you just taught now, that mean that la coppa dell'uomo è fatta da una coppa. Sono andato dopo la coppa. No, there was this question. Sorry. So from what you explained today, that mean that we don't have to drink or spray the cup 1 and cup 2, that we can do without spray and drink the cup 1 and cup 2.
Next question.
Okay, next question. Let's see. Fatemi vedere. No, non
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other question? Thank you very much, Stephanie.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
We have some questions from Liliana, and I was thinking perhaps we can get her to speak. She's got like 4 questions in the Q&A. Let's see, I'll have to get her up here, and I think we'll need a translator, but I'll allow you to speak, Liliana, if you would like to ask your question.
What are the questions?
They are, first she asked, aren't the cups necessary to lift the soul?
That's your decision.
And then she asks, are there other ways to raise the soul?
I tell you, educate yourself. We don't tell you anymore what to do and how to do. It's for you to find a path to your own salvation in any way. There's nobody there. If you understand the teaching, listen to today's teaching maybe 100 times and understand the meaning of it, not understand the preset mind you have. As you notice today, I don't refer to anything, to the past. It's from now on. It's what you elevate, what you bring, what you see through your soul, We're not interested how you make your physical body 2 screws, 1 flat, blonde, blue eyes, black hair, skin, or whatever. The twist on your copper side or the twist on the turn on your zinc side will decide your color of your skin and the physicality and the bone and whatever. And the way you made it matches with what you have in physical life. It's now for you to understand the interaction of the fields. How you make attractive that physical body or the physical soul, that's your problem from now on. We are not interested how you make your cups. We're interested to understand what you understand from interaction of the fields and how you can elevate your soul. Would I increase to twist, or would I turn 1 page, or shall I put it vertical, horizontal, 90 degrees, 40 degrees? That's all on your intellect.
Could we ask you a question?
Yes.
Salam.
Can you just say who you are and where you're from? Thank you.
Okay, well, my name is Fala. I'm from Australia. And I just got really quick question. Can we make 2 different setups for ourselves?
Are you a schizophrenic?
No.
So.
And can we make the cup of man and then we start getting, if you start getting GANs a few times?
Pardon?
Can you hear me now?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Can we make one setup as a cup of man and then we getting the GANs and then take the GANs off and then redo it again? Can we do it a few times or can we have to do only one?
Did we ever tell you use the GANs of cup of man?
No, but I was talking to Dr. Bujaran and he was saying you can spray yourself, you can drink.
You can, listen, anybody can interpret what they like. From now on, the interpretation is your own understanding. You don't need no one to interpret for you.
Okay, and then I've got one more question. When I was listening to your lectures last week, you were saying if you got any physical issues, you can get the tablet and then put it in a setup so you can see, later on you don't need it. The question is, can we get some verse or some verse of Quran and then put it in that water in the spiritual side? Would that help, or is nothing to do with this kind of stuff?
That is, you see, when you go this way, I answer you one way. How have we elevated your soul beyond the present prophets?
What do you mean is?
The knowledge released to you is beyond the knowledge ever given to any prophet of the past. Would you like to take yourself to that level and stay at that level, or become at the level to understand the totality?
Okay, so you're saying that the knowledge that we have at the moment is just way more than all the other prophets that they had before?
The ones they revealed, of course.
Sorry, your voice is just really vague. Could you repeat that again, please?
I said more than they released, more than was revealed to them, and now you understand the totality of it.
Okay, fair enough. So I started putting some words last night and I did not get any reactions. But since I made the cup, I started feeling the difference. I started having different dreams, and I can see myself in a dream, and I can talk to myself on the dreams. That happened right exactly from the day that I made the setup. And then that continues every night. I can kind of tell myself where to go on a dream. Like last night I was saying I need to go to that place. And when I slept, I literally went to that place. And I can see my my spirit going And sometimes on my dream, I'll wake up and I see everything right in front of me while it's happening, while I'm dreaming, but my eyes are open and I can see it. Would that be related to this setup that I made to Cup of Man, or is nothing to do with this?
Did it happen before you make the Cup of Man?
No.
You got your answer. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Kish.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, fella. James, maybe you'd like to go ahead.
Hi, good evening or good morning, Mr. Kesh.
Where are you from?
I'm from Grass Valley, California. My name is Bryce, like Bryce Canyon.
Are you still alive in that California with all the things going on?
Luckily, about 3 weeks ago, my friend who'd been playing with your things for the last 5 years was listening to a workshop, and he called me over, and I knew I knew he was doing things with it, and we're still here in Nevada County. We're in a forest, so we're more protected than the city, given the patterns it seems to be. And I've had a lot of things happen to me since he introduced me to it right before the day of a quarantine, when they called in to say, you got to stay home. And for 45 years of my life, I didn't understand why I was on the planet. And I was just grieving the whole time, doing just deep inner work, if you want to call it that. And then I realized why I'm here. It's my sole purpose to support the foundation. And I've spent a lot of time and energy just trying to gather and get ready for this for my county. And I've had many things happen, and I'm not familiar with the education, but I feel like I'm remembering, and I'm wanting to build a bridge from my own process in the last 15 years of so many things that have happened to me, epiphanies and big openings, and why I'm here. And I do have specific mundane questions, but to build a bridge to everything you'd said, I've just been focused on realizing that I'm not me, and I am that I am. And I've just been one of those souls that my beliefs are what's in the way, and emotions that are stuck in the body are in the way. And I've had a great teacher to help me with that, in cellular memory release. And my life makes sense now with all the things I've done, and getting very real with the darkness inside my own soul, and healing and transforming the inner fragments, and seeing how writing very deep in contrast as an addict and things like that. So I don't want to dump everything on you, but at the same time, I feel like I have a lot of insights about the situation and about things, and I'm trying to build this bridge of what has occurred to me. I called out to you one night when my friend, I actually thought he was bailing on me. He was gonna not help me, and I got scared. And I had a new little puppy, and I was calling out to you from my heart, and I felt guided, and I started to make things. And then I suffered a tragedy with the little dog. I had spilt the lye on the floor, and in that second, I was going to clean it up, and my mind said, no, go, you can go, because I was being vigilant, trying to hurry, not understanding that I didn't need to be in a hurry. And I lost my little puppy very tragically, which was a major shock of consciousness that really showed me I'm not my mind, and I'm just my heart. And I'm wanting to serve my county, and I started to spend a lot of Monopoly money, and because I feel, for some reason, I guess I have clairvoyance, if that makes sense. I didn't understand it, but I've had events happen where I saw my dad before he was good, before he fell and he died. I actually saw the event 10 minutes prior. I've had a few of those things happen, and I've had someone tell me I have a big pineal gland, and I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't know what this was, but it's all starting to make sense to me that somehow I have senses for things. And your teaching and you being a teacher is something that is really important to me right now. And I'm just wanting to do the best I can to, with no fear, to embrace this work. And I didn't know what I was doing. And I accidentally inoculated myself with the virus. And so Rick was helping me a few days ago on Monday to, I said, well, I got to get going. I got to make everything. But it's almost like I don't know why I did that. It was an accident. I put the salted water that was absorbing the virus actually in my body. And I felt the radiation and heat throughout my body. And I feel the fields. I feel the magnetic fields. I'm sensitive to the electric fields. So that's another big part. There's of my existence that I wasn't aware of for these years. And I've always been seeking vitality. I've always asked, there's got to be a simple truth to how all of life works. And it's really simple. And at all levels, I want to understand all levels of cellular consciousness. And so I've arrived here. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff I would love to share with you, but I also have important questions, and I know there's other people who have questions. And I'm just trying to find my place here. I was trying to get in touch with you guys, and it was hard to donate money. The website was having issues, but I'm committed to the work, and I just want to thank you for being here I don't even know what to say. I just really appreciate everything. And at this point, I'm making the cups, the first and second cup. I haven't made the twin. I haven't made the Cup of Man. But I wanted to create like a guidebook for my county, like really simple. Because the information's wonderful, but I really had to pull from a lot of resources, and I wanted to be able to create something simple to hand out to people as I help them. And I didn't know if that was okay to do or a good idea. I wasn't sure about safety or issues with doing it, but I just wanted to do it. So it was okay. Could I ask several questions very quickly that are really
ask
important?
One at a time. We'll try to answer you a couple.
Try to what?
So ask one or two questions, and then we go to the others. They have questions.
Okay. Your wife, or Carolina, mentioned that there should be 1 to 2 centimeters of GANs in a liter. And I think a name George pointed out, well, that depends on the size of the bottle. So I was wanting to get clarity on.
You see, we don't need to measure what. It just depends. Some of you
I was wondering if she was constraining to the size of a mason jar, the diameter of a mason jar.
No, it's just whatever it is. You don't know. Caroline can get hold of anything and make ganses in it, as long as it can contain water and salt and something can hang in it.
How thick should it be on the bottom then?
There is nothing. These are the questions which we passed a long time ago. These things are questions that should not be. It's not there. I've had a reminder from the Keshe Foundation China that please use to KF Wiki of the Keshe Foundation for any knowledge and the contacts you need or any questions you might have. And it is what we call understanding of the process. If you need any help, any questions, it's been laid out very, very clearly if you need to.
I printed out everything off the wiki. I've read through everything and I listened to 111. So I when I heard her say that about the thickness of the layer before you pour the water.
These things, this is what I said, this is till last week. From this week on, we concentrate and understand the work of the soul and the transition to a new dimension. We're giving you the tools to do it. And every other discussion which we see in the background, how many twists, what color, what measure, one cup, this is all irrelevant to where we are. We are looking at this is what I've been telling for weeks to knowledge seekers. Look at the fields your system make and what interaction you make with it. Many people I've seen, they say, oh, we made a cup one and it worked for 2 days or 2 weeks and then you stopped, or the day I made the second cup, the first cup has stopped. You got to understand these cups are, and within them, there's a cycle of life. There's a soul.
Yes, I understand.
So the interaction with your soul, they decide you need it or not. Is there a need for it or not? We had in the Iranian teaching, Dr. Asadi, last Monday explained something very beautifully. We have a well-known, even known in the West, in the Iranian culture, a scientist, and he traveled all over, whatever, and Dr. Asadi was telling us whenever he entered a place and saw a rise in a disease, they were, prevalent in that city, he looked for the herbs which are growing in that place and why they're growing so much of it. In a way, the earth was giving the solution, giving a gift to the man. This is what you need to use for your illnesses, for your weaknesses.
Yeah.
In a way, it was a gans of life. And he used that material in that place to, in a way, to cure the people. He understood the ecology of the soul of the planet giving to the soul of the man in that position which he created. There is something which mankind has never understood. Can you close your microphone, please? There's something mankind has never understood, and that is, Earth is a living thing, and it looks after its citizens, is a caring mother, and it gives, it feels every need of every life on it. It's not just man. If you have a dog, if you have a cat, if you have a bird, they go, they're meat eaters, for example, a dog. It goes for certain herbs in a garden and he eats from it at a certain point in his life of the year. How does that grows there that the dog needs to know that is there for him to consume for what he needs? In so many ways, in the cup of man, we have given you that caring earth, that caring life. In how it's still is the same earth, it's the same soil, but it allows the growth to protect, to guide the man to the solution to salvage or to save his life. It's for man to find the herb, not for the herb to knock on the man, use me. And this is what you got to understand. The question is that, where do we put things? How do we put it? Do I put a piece of Bible in it now, or a Quran in it, or God knows what in it? This shows that a man still needs something to help to shake onto. We got rid of the statues, but we kept the temple of the statue in our heart.
Mr. Kesh, I've gone out to the forest a lot, and I've had alchemy things happen to me where my body moves into things, and I would just grab things and put things, and I would do food formulations like what you talk about just from my heart, just because my body would be like a pendulum. And
yeah, be careful you don't pick up the wrong mushroom.
That's in a good book I read from a guy whose diet I learned about all this, a lot of stuff. But yes, no, I've trusted where I've worked with things, and I didn't know why I was doing it, but my heart knew. So I understand what you're saying with that.
Thank you very much. Can we give the point to some other people to ask questions? Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got, let me see. Can
I ask a question?
Wang Lin. Hi, Wang Lin.
Hi, Ms. Cash. Actually, some Chinese has a question. They they want to know what you're talking about March 21st, 2021. Is asking, is that the day you're gonna left, or?
You will understand.
Okay, and I've myself has another question. It's like I visited my parents and I made a cup of men in front of my mom, and I have an intention that's is the cup for her, and of course that's the first cup of man I made, and after I finish, I asked my mom to give a best wish to the cup. So I don't know if that the cup of a man belong to me or belong to my mom.
You're the creator, so she can choose. But you have to understand the cup of man has to be upright, not flat. The soul of the man works vertical and operates in a vertical physical condition, but a horizontal soul condition. So you have to decide which and how you want to transform it. And when they choose, especially when you set a cup of life, has to be positioned in a position and a distance according to the position of the soul of the universe, not the soul of the man. These will you find very soon. Those who get what we call the measurement right will see directly into the horizon of the universe. You see the religious people, they shake, as I explained this before, rock, to find elevation of point of interaction between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. To get into the dimension of the universal community, universal dimension, the work is different. There is no vibration. Understanding the position and understanding the expansion of the field. If you look at the size of a man, the position of the soul and the position of the heart, you will see the characteristics of the generosity or the meanness of the man, the behavior. When I see a man, I don't look at the physicality. In an automatic way, I assess the two positions and I know what man I'm dealing with. Because if you think of it in a very simple way, it says I've created enough page, so I'm going to get rid of this one. If you think of it and understand it the way I have, the shape of the finger, the shape of a toe, the shape of an arm gives every knowledge you need to know about the person. The height of a neck and everything else gives you every indication of, in fact, what kind of person you're dealing with. Mankind soon will understand this because your physicality is so important to you. When I see the fingers, the shape of them, the way they do, the way they stand, gives me what person I have in front of me. When you see the space gap between the soul and the way they bend and they move when they're with you, gives you the intention. Caroline says it's embarrassing with going out with you. Anyway, you know exactly what they think and what they are and what they want to do, and you still stand there and play fool with them. If you understand this, and now get a cup of life or a cup of man, remember the height, the position, how you centralize it. Is it off center? How you made it will give every indication what your soul needs to receive to bring that balance into it. I've given you a copy of yourself to be built by yourself with the basic structure of the material of yourself. If you look at the bottom of, somebody says, do we have sound? Yes, I hope so. I can hear myself on the other phone. When you have the cup of life, as I said before, look at the shape here. It tells you a lot. Even if you look at it, you know about the health of yourself. But you're not knowledgeable. And you say, oh, look at the ring there. Look at that. Have you watched it centralizes to the top? Isn't that selfishness? Self-centered. Shouldn't that not to be there? It tells you your behavior. It tells you who you are. It tells you how you see yourself. And you move this cup a few millimeters up and down, and you see what happens to you. When you make a cup and you let them to bless it, to give their souls to it, it's theirs. I lived in China for 2 years and I haven't seen this elusive mother yet, so I don't know if she exists. But if you look at it, you got to see what she makes with that cup. When you see people, just those of you who've been with me and around me, I always tell you to fist your finger and then open up. And with one look at your hand, I know what is your expectation of life and me. It's so simple. Because it carries everything which comes from the soul. I know your emotions, I know your everything which you want. For me not to know, I see in the hand and I see in the soul. And then it tells me how much you're honest with yourself and how much you're prepared to understand. If you look at the hand of a person, you know everything about the person. If you know she's a lover, or she loves to be loved, she's a betrayer, she's a cheat, she's stealing, or she's giving, or she's a mother who's good to have children with. The same with a man. Because you find the match in so many ways. You understand it. One of the first things people ever come to me without them knowing, I look at their hands, the way they stand, and the position of their fingers. I know the desire, walking miles away, what they expect. Nothing is hidden if you understand it. If you look at the position of the man, the neck, the heart, the brain, the soul of the man, you understand the man miles before they come in. But we always say, we know the intention, but we do not interfere with the intention because there's a purpose in that intention. In the universe, we don't follow with the shape, we follow in the soul. You can give any shape to the physicality because with an understanding of that, you can change the shape to what you like, if your partner allows you to. Mankind soon will fall in love with the souls of the universe community. It's the same as what you do here in the physical life of the man. But you'll find out in the universe, you never lose your twin love. Because it's made by the link in the dimension of physical life of the man due to the food the man consumes. This changes. In the universe, we are on a balanced field, never dies. You heard the terminology, diamond forever, that exists in the universe when you fall in love. You can invite the love to any dimension you enter. Then you have to accept it to take shape in that dimension if he loves to. This is what we call the Adam and Eve and the apple. The apple is accepting the position of condition of the physical conformation, where you put physicality to it. When you take a bite of the apple, it means the soul accepts that condition in that position. Try to understand a lot of things which has been said in the man's life, and then you understand how much true knowledge has been given to mankind over time by those who've been the travelers of the universe. And they have changed it to things that the man can understand. We say in English, let me translate it for you. It means I make it the way I like for you to understand it. Then you become a prophet, because then they come with the emotion that you understood. As the gentleman said, Mr. Pajeji said this, so now you transfer that knowledge. But if you understand the term of the language, you don't need to. Any other questions? So what happened to your mom? Has she changed since you made the cup?
I don't know, but I feel she's more willing to call me, and I feel she's more calm. I don't know.
Yeah, because you got to understand, people find a balance. You see, as I explained before, it's a very simple thing. We had two choices with the human race. And this choice was, in a way, to write off this planet, which was considered many times, or find a solution. I spent here 40, 50 years to find that solution before we apply the final phase, because it's too much mess. And what we found out over past years is that the planet is beautiful. It just doesn't have a right base mixture in so many ways. But this base mixture has interfered with the physical and the soul of its creatures together. We had to find a way to bring that balance, that we could keep the beauty of the planet and its creatures. And a long time understanding came to, wait, simple. We bring a new reference point that everybody starts from. That is in addition to the planetary system, but now everything is peaceful. This is what we done. This is what mankind will understand out of my mission on this planet. I brought a new understanding, a new level, that in that process, you all start from a peaceful being, and through it, you create a new dimension on this planet. In a way, we've made the corona for this planet that the surface moves to a new dimension, and that new dimension allows peaceful coexistence and end of wars. We brought this in a very slow steps over the past 10 or 15 years through many, many ways without you knowing. And this corona brought us to release it, but in a way, when you look at it, corona was part of what would have happened if it was a corona, something else, to make it as a whole for humanity to start from that zero platform, no crime, no need for money, nothing else, as our friend said in Canada, and government in Australia suddenly found money to keep everybody calm. So we don't need that money. We don't need that calmness. We have to find a new way of trading, that instead of paying people, we open the shops, people come and take what they like. I enjoy to go in the shop and serve people. I don't want to steal. It's there for you to take if you need it, if you enjoy it, and bring it back when you finish with it, type thing. So we found out this thing here we had to make a new platform. In a way, we have to find a new layer for this planet, that from this layer, which did not exist, a new existence starts in a peaceful manner. In a way, we had to find a bridge, a gel, something that it gives us that new surface, that new level. It's like when you live on the sea level, you behave different. When you go to a high level in a forest, you feel good, you feel totally different, and you want to be there. So the full, what we call feel good factor, is the forest level, let's say. So we had to find that forest level. That is for every creature on this planet. And we have delivered that in the cup of 1 and the cup of 2. So all of you as human race start with equal platform in solar strength. Once you understand this, from this week, it'll be spread across the mosques and temples across the world, be it even the churches. By doing this, we bring the balance level to the whole of humanity. You will see Gans voices of Cup of Life and Cup of Man will be washing the planet by fields or by matter state. So we have raised this level. And when you reach this level with the sincerity of the soul of its citizens, then mankind starts a new cycle of peace, prosperity, and becomes part of the universal community. We took, with all the education we did, all of you do, from Amazon to White House to Beijing to the palaces of Iran and the others, we have brought mankind into one level. And we took this animalness out of human race. You will see a new change as of today. It'll take time, but it's taking shape and it started. Now, because we have satisfied this, many of you enter the dimension of the realm of understanding of your soul. And that's why I said to you, the teaching from today is post-Corona, because we finished with Corona. We used the Corona for you to understand the pain and the suffering of it, and the faster the human race moves out of it is their decision and their governments. And this is now where we see there'll be no more war because we raised the soul level to that. Now we had to get rid of those who created the war. And you will see the end of Rothschild. Rothschild's family will be paying so heavy for what they've done. We took the love of God from those who shook hands with them, let alone them. No family has done so much crime on this planet than this lot. We make sure their name never exists on the pages of the universe, let alone on this planet. And their cronies like Gates, like Rockefellers who came through the same path, like the Kingdom of England and the rest kings. You have wealth. Your wealth has to become a tool to bring peace to the others, not to control. The minute you cross that line, you'll be served so heavily from now on that you wish you ever could never even think of it. We took the punishment away from the physical life of the man, and we brought it to be prosperity and peace to the soul of the man. This is what all these teachings was about. This is what we came here to do it. We needed some certain numbers to create certain amount of field that the interaction will create a platform of equal and a balance. And we achieved it sometimes around about January of 2018. We knew we have reached a balance point. The rest was just to strengthen and top it up, strengthen and top it up that it stands. In June 2019, we reached the point of plus. This is why in 2018 plus, I start teaching about the soul of the man in a very radical way. Because now it was, the ground was getting built up. The same in 2019. We start structuring the next step. And with Corona, we have reached, now we can bring that elevation of the man to live through his soul. You cannot do it overnight. You have to be able to keep a social structure, a pleasure to live, a pleasure to be at home and go out. If you want to go out and then go and help a little bit in the shop, I'll go and look after some sick people and I'll come back. Not because I need the money, I'm well paid and looked after by my nation. You go to the council. You gave me all these gifts. Is there anything you want me to do? I'm a teacher. I'm a doctor. Where do you want me to serve? Because you covered my needs. How many of you Canadians and Australians have done that? How many of you say, oh, thank you, now I've got the money, I live, picked up the phone and called your community, says, you gifted me, your government, what can I do? I'm a scientist, I'm a teacher, I'm a cleaner. Where do you want me to work? Where do you want me to give some of my time back to you? This is how the change of the cycle of life will come. You will see it. There won't be a list of jobless. There will be a list of jobs need to be lessened. And then you understand. You'll be fighting to get a job to go to do than fighting a job to get to live. It's the job of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers in Canada, especially in Canada and Australia. Call your government, call the American government, and ask them and tell them, you have given me the gift. Now I have enough to live. You covered me. What can I do? What do you want me to do? I have a knowledge with the GANs. If you want, I can help you and help the others not to get it. But what does the government want me to do? How many of you have done that? Or said, oh, thank you, it was a free gift. They have created a condition for you to live. And this will be the new cycle that you see the opening up. What do you think the response from your government will be? When many people come and say, I want to clean, I'm not looking for a job, but I have something else I want to do. I have a free time, I can do this. Give me a job. You look after me, I want to put back in the society. The changes have come. You have to be wise to see it. You have to be wise to bring it up for the others to see it. How come out of nowhere suddenly so much money appeared? Nothing. It has no value. It's just the digits on the computer. And this is what the Rothschilds and Gates did not understand. They thought those has any value. Anybody, any person who serves and will serve or has served under the Rothschild banner in any of their companies, organizations, in any shape or form, or any of the Illuminati's, Kingdom of England and Belgium's and other kingdoms, those who served through Bill Gates through his clandestine activities, you all will find 2 points. You start balancing your books with yours and your families and the rest. You created a war and created loss of a child. Look what the soul shall set with your child and you. Don't live out of the fear. Put the wrongs right, but the right way, not out of the fear. You will see many of the Rothschild banking and operation will come to an end. People will walk away from them because you elevate their soul. They don't want to be in a position that so much is lost because they lose. You have to understand, you Canadians, you Australians, call your government, say, we want to serve. What can we do? You're looking after me. I'm getting paid. I don't need to sit at home. Even it's quarantine, I'm prepared to do it. I was talking to Dr. Rodriguez. I mentioned that the past couple of days, a few days ago, and Dr. Rodriguez says, do you know, Mr. Keshe, my city is clean. We have no corona cases. I thought everybody in the village, in the town, and we are locked down, but we are safe. We walk around all happy. He served his community, and now they see the fruit of it, pleasure of being part of. We see the same in Iran. We see the same in China. We see the same all over. The Keshe Foundation supporters who literally went out to help out have helped and set up the seed for the next generation. They have created this platform we've been looking for. If you look into the media of Iran, the word plasma in past 3 weeks has become like a water, liquid, everywhere comes out plasma. Why? Because the government is ready to announce a breakthrough in the plasma technology which has been brought by the Keshe Foundation. It will elevate the soul of the Iranians and elevates across the world as it spreads for the rest of the humanity. We are not looking for a few supporters who run the AIDS and the other lines in Iran. We are looking for the souls which have raised in the level that raises the soul of the nation and then the world. No one can take the foundation to ransom. No. No woman, no man, no child. Because we give it to the soul of the nation. We gave it to the soul of humanity. And those who are feeble, they think they'll sit in a position up. They will suffer heavily from theirs, exactly how they build it. But we don't do, we elevate their soul. I close the Keshe Foundation Corona Farsi section very soon because it has served its purpose, doesn't need. The nation has gone under the cover. There is no Corona, so why do we need to keep it? Step by step, as you conquer your nations, you serve your nation. We close the Corona section off. All these chats will disappear. Farsi Corona will be the first one to be done because now we have reached a point with the help of those souls who serve the foundation, not souls who came to dominate the foundation. You will understand. The same in Italy, in France, in Germany, in America. To you, you are still in tangles of the Corona. To us, the Corona is over because through it, we have elevated you. We have shown you how to go level up. The flood is on this step. We have told you to stand there. It cannot touch you. We have shown you the elevation of your soul. So physicality will not take a position to be in danger. We served in a very simple way without you knowing. And in a way you served without you knowing. All these GANS pots, all these GANS glasses, all these cup of life, you forgot this? Where is it? There. Your cup in New York, made of the same copper, and it is connected to the one in Iran, and has the same link as the one in Beijing and the rest. We have connected you without you knowing through the desperation of cup of life. We made our ring. We made a full progress without you knowing. That's why we kept on telling you, make the cup of life, make the cups, make the ganses. Was a saturation of the fields of the planet. Then with the cups, which you made millions of it, has become saturation of the soul of the man. Now we start fresh. We start with a peaceful planet. We start with a new cycle of life on this planet. You see, it took something very, very strange for very, very strange people to understand the strange behavior of their government. Rick says, it was a very strange, suddenly the government of Canadian government looking after everyone, giving the people suddenly so much money to be comfortable. Why? Because the leader of the nation felt the pain of loss. His wife went through it. Gates' team deliberately contaminated Prime Minister of Canada's family to take him to ransom. But it brought him out as a man. He felt the pain. He felt what's going to happen. You think when you put a prime minister of a country in a room with his wife, not knowing if she survives what he loves so much, it brings him a lot of wisdom. He understands the suffering. And you see the reaction to his nation. No one should suffer. Now the Canadians understand why they received the gift, because the man on the top understood the feeling of a loss, the pain. No position as a prime minister and the wealth could bring his wife back and keep the mother of his children. And he understood, and he brought that to his nation. Now you know why suddenly, out of nowhere, Canada came to this position. The other world leaders hid and ran. He had nowhere to run. Boxed in the room, watching his wife dying. And then he understood and reflected that back in his nation. The same you will see in other nations as they go through this transition. But at that point, you understand more and more. Something very strange will happen in Europe. Main chain stores become the main source of food for governments to give food to people. Carrefour, Tesco, Aldi, Lidl. They'll become governmental organizations in the back to support feeding the nation. Walmart. As Caroline was saying, now we understand why they had so many coffins stored in Walmart warehouses. Gates planned everything immaculately to the end, but except he gets kicked the way he got kicked 2 days. If you go into the archives, look, a few months ago, a year ago, people reporting why Walmart is keeping so many coffins. Now we know. We saw the same thing before the war in Iraq and 9/11. Long before, in England, they start making coffins, body bags in millions. We saw the wars which the Vatican planned in 2013-14, placing the largest order for gun production in the company in northern Italy. Why? A church pays for the gun. Why does Vatican has to purchase so many guns? For what? Does God have an army? Or Vatican is a financial organization organizing wars to make money out of it, which is acceptable and is correct. Vatican, Church of Vatican is not Church of God, it's a church of murder. How many wars they have incited? And why should the church pay for arms? Who have they got to fight with? Army of God, or their own lucrative pedophile activities to be protected? Now you understand. In raising the soul of the man to the new levels, they will walk out with it, and you will hear a lot of confessions from the priests. John Paul protected the pedophile. The new Vatican will open the books of them. The suffering of children from childhood in the hand of the priest has come to an end. They close the churches. The same in every other path of belief. Because man is wise now, become peaceful. And in that peacefulness, in you, up to now, went to church to pray for the soul of the Christ. Now give to the soul of the priest when you see him. And you'll find out very soon he'll make the confession, not you. You understand? You pray the way you pray for Billy's soul. Once you finish with him, pray and give to the soul of the priest and mullahs and ayatollahs and the rest. Those who have served the nation will shine. Those who abuse the nation and mankind, you will see to their own conviction. We don't need to harm no one. Try to understand why we did and how we did it and what is to come. It'll come bright. The future for human race from today is bright for those who find a path to their own soul and nothing else. Any other question?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Mr. Keshe, you mentioned that some entities from Universal Community were helping the people involved, like Rothschild, those. How did that happen? I mean, aren't they supposed to be peaceful? And then how did that? How did
you
something
see, it's very simple, extremely simple. The support to mankind has not come only in one way or the other. Didn't come just by the prophets, didn't come just by the scientists. Some of the friends from Universal Community saw the work of the Rothschilds, for example, as a way to help the humanity. The way that Moses stole the commandments on the way down the hill to benefit himself, so did the Rothschilds. And people like him. And this happens all the time. We don't come and put knowledge on the table on the streets and the God knows markets. We facilitate to elevate. And these people were done that way. The way Moses saw the light of Muhammad to guide the soul of the man, and Moses stole some because he wanted different things. Rothschilds went through the same process. They received the enlightenment, but they abused the enlightenment. So we serve, when we say we take the love of God from a bloodline or a person, means we take away from them what we gave them, and they crumble. In the recent past, in the history of the Keshe Foundation, you've seen it. We brought people, we gave them the knowledge of universe for them to be the mouth of the knowledge, and then they thought that everything and abused it, and we took it away from them. Have you seen them around in past years? The people come, the souls come to serve the humanity, and we give them the gift. And when they abuse it, we take the gift away. Simple as that. So they go back to crumbles. Where is Dr. Elia Kostova? What happened to him? We gave the gift. The gift was abused, was taken away. The same, where you sit, that cafe where I sit with the king, a gift was given to a woman there. She abused it, was taken away. And I've said to both members, receiving the soul, do not abuse it. Understand it and grow the love of man within it. Mankind needs to be loved, which means to be given. Rothschilds were given a gift. The way we saw, like from the Canadian government, to create their wealth, to look after others, to bring prosperity, and they saw it as a point of power. So we've taken away from them and those who collaborated with them. You will see. When there is no more war, Rothschild made their base on the war, so they will go. And those who work within it. It is to understand. Any of you, any human race, or anybody from anywhere in the universe, when you receive so much, you give more. And that's where what we call elevation comes from. A few years ago, I mentioned this somewhere, a few years ago, the Iranian government noticed there is a mass movement in Tehran. One of the, what we call the dealers in market in Tehran, having a very small stall, dealing in tea and sugar, died. Nobody ever knew. It was a small stallman, and by coincidence, his name is Tawakkul. And they saw a lot of people are moving in black. They thought there is a revolution. They followed what is going on, but they're peaceful. Thousands of people went to the funeral of a tea man. Nobody knew. How? What they found out for National Security Report was very interesting. This tea man took all his profit and gave to people for the children to educate, for them to start a business to move out of poverty, for them to have an operation they couldn't afford. And when he helped people, he told them to shop from this one because he helped the butcher to start a butcher shop. Go to this doctor because he helped the child to become a doctor. And he built a massive thousands of people, what they call devotees. Nobody. Excuse me, the Italians are everywhere again. And this has become This is how the man should live. Nobody knew about it, and thousands went to the funeral of the true man. The funds to live, the thing to live is there. How you use it to elevate the others. And why we come to the point that there is not, because it means we have to learn something from it. There is a point of elevation. Until we don't elevate, that point doesn't move. Recently, we saw a letter written by what we call Richard, the guy in Australia, creating a very funny things written in the name of me and Dr. Rodriguez, saying how we've fallen apart and this and that and all lies to put out, to show now that we have exposed him, that he's a crook, he's a deceptor, and he was building this image to go out with. And I spoke with Dr. Rodriguez, I sent him the copy. I said, you see how Richard is in heap of it. His deviousness as the name of a fake doctor has appeared, and people are realizing should not touch him. And it's very interesting when you read the letter he's written, and it's put another name to it, and it's in the name of me and Dr. Rodriguez, who he is devoted to helping humanity and works with Foundation so closely. These souls don't have room to exist. And the beauty of it is addressed it to himself, Richard, as somebody has sent it to me. And now we see the whole of Australian group are cutting off from him. His deviousness, especially in Brazil and in US, has opened up. Using the name of others to harm people and stealing. And then the funny thing is, he uses the name of Keshe Foundation, working closely with. You don't even have the ethos of the foundation, let alone the dust and the shoe of the workers in Iran. People like this attach themselves to rob other souls. And you have to be wise and elevate them. The problem is not with us. The problem is finding a balance between the soul and the physicality. And those who can't find it, they come up with all devious activities. We've seen it in the past few days in the Iranian Keshe Foundation. Ego, taking now that the foundation has become successful in eradicating by those who the ego has become more than their shoes. For us, it's a push on the button. They don't exist. Man should never be proud of his achievement. Man should be proud in what he has facilitated for the others to achieve. And if mankind understands this, mankind has become true man. Try to understand what life is about. Not for you to exist, for what you create to allow others to exist, to enjoy life. Just right for a moment. Come, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Yeah, sit down. Sit down. Any other question?
I've got some people with their hands up here. Alvaro, you'd like to go ahead?
Hi, Rick. Hi, Mr. Cash. Here from Brazil. Thank you very much. Mr. Cash, I would like to ask you about the evolution of this virus situation in the world, especially here in Brazil, since the authorities here are not taking this virus seriously. So I'd like if you can give us a general view of the virus situation, what you foresee in the next couple of weeks, if you can, sir. Thank you very much.
We are in post-corona. You have to understand what your leaders are expecting. Yeah. And what they expect to deliver. It's not that the Brazilian government does not do anything. The Brazilian government has no I have to be very careful. You see, in Brazil, your leadership knows about the work of the foundation, knows how they can do it, know how to apply the ganses. We met with your ministers, we met with what we call the officials. It's not the lack of knowledge, and we have seen in a very recent past one of your Brazilians who is connected to your structure inside was sick in America. They knew who to call and get support for his corona, which was responded immediately by the American team. So what we see, we are not concerned. We are more concerned about the post-corona, which will come in next few weeks, because what we've done across the planet will show up itself in the next few days, few weeks, that will solve that problem. We have taken the governing out of the hand of those who were elected to the soul of those who are devoted. And this is what you have to understand. How many of you in Brazil are making cups? How many of you people are delivering it? How many of you are going in the depth of understanding more of? We have a test. We have a beautiful test, and I look at it as a fantastic test. What the Belgians have put on the internet about us gives those who have an understanding of the bigger picture and those who are a slave to humanity and the pictures and the documents. And we see those who understand the serving of the humanity, what it does, don't care what the smallest nation, the smallest pedophile in the world has ever done. There is a very, very strong old saying, and I use my language in a very specific way. These people, everything with them is small. That's why they become pedophiles, to prove they're big, from their brain to everything else. So is the leaders of the nations. Everything with them is small, and some of them could not even imagine they could be president one day. The office is big, but the understanding of the man very little, stuck in the time when he was born. The new generation of the world leaders will come from the young, for those who understand, are proactive, and they bring the new condition, like the Prime Minister of Canada. The understanding will come from inside, not from the office. And in Brazil, I've been in Brasilia a couple of times in the past few months, and it's very, very clear. Isolated, what we call capital in the middle of nowhere, which has no interaction with reality. And on top of it, you put another person who already has no interaction with reality. You make a dreamland come true, whatever you want to dream, nothing exists beyond my door. Brasilia is out of touch with the rest of Brazil, with reality. And those who run that city and that country through that city are more far away from the reality. Build up, made up city and a made up position. Everything about it is fake. The power should live within people, amongst people, not isolated and insulated. In Brazil, you have a huge problem. And the problem comes from the way you have structured your capital. There is no point of reality. And then it goes on the hand of those who understand the reality and the points. And goes down to mainly the knowledge seekers, who are so many of them. So many of them are so active. You have one of the most beautiful foundation organizations in the world. With us coming to Brazil, it opened up itself and it's shining like a star. 2 people took you to ransom and shut it down for them to be, and do you see them? Do you hear of them anymore? One thinking clonism was the right, and 20 million can write 220 million. And the other one thinking access to me was the thing to put everybody else out. Where are these people? How do you hear from them anywhere? Brazil, you have a beautiful Keshe Foundation team. You have a beautiful structure. Now our company is registered in Brazil. You will see the Keshe Foundation very, very active in the coming weeks. The final stage is completed. And hopefully our team in Brazil, we will return to Brazil once the airports open. Brazil is one of our priorities. Then we work with the people. And till that time, it's your responsibility to look after your people. Teach as much as you can, spread as much as you can. Don't get entangled in color and the paint of the cup or the cans. You have 3 things in there and it can be nothing else but what we put in there. You have 2 copper and 1 zinc, or you have 3 coppers. What else can you get out of there? So the rest of what you get, it depends on your emotion and how you made it, because it's a live system and what materials and what conditions you created inside it. Finished. The sooner the Keshe Foundation chat rooms walks away from showing cups and wires and start talking about the feelings and how the emotion of the cups comes and how they can elevate the others, the sooner we move to the other level. We have a very good say. We're still stuck in the bend of the street, as you call it. We call it it's just the turn is there. We haven't made the turn, so we can't see the roads, what's ahead of us and the turning. In Brazil, you don't need to look outside, look inside. Expand the Keshe Foundation, expand the teachings to the nation, the way you've done in Amazon and the rest of it, and it will grow on its own. São Paulo is busy with the hospital. Dr. Adam is there, Adama, and all of you, I see the Brazilian chat, Keshe Foundation, you're very busy. You're extremely busy. I look at some 30 odd maybe plus Keshe Foundation Corona teams. Yours and Iran is like a bullet. You're very active. You brought many people on. You even sometimes pass the Iranians, because the Iranians have gone to the past corona. They helped a lot. There's a lot of people there. And in the coming weeks, by next Friday, hopefully, you will see a new dimension in Iran. Not through the government, but through the effort of the Keshe Foundation itself, without any support from the Keshe Foundation team in Iran. In Iran, we work in 4 or 5 new fronts now, and we don't let, no one knows about the other, because in case anything, we're still strengthening the arrows. When it's completed, when it need be, we bring everything together. The same is in Brazil. In Brazil, you are very active. You're extremely active. And keep it that way. You're doing a beautiful job. Since we took your slave masters as a Universal Council member away from you, you start flourishing. You were still enslaved in Keshe Foundation, but those sitting in Portugal, and we were told, they have to listen to us. We own them. And I thought, what? Who owns what? And then the alarm rang. We had to go to Brazil to free Brazil from the slavery and the slave masters who thought they were slaves. The mentality is so strong, it puzzled me. The air hostess thinks he runs Brazil kingdom and it's his, and the Brazilians have no understanding, and everything has to go through his book. Then I found out that slavery hasn't finished. You're doing a good job in Brazil. Just keep on teaching, keep on spreading, and keep on working. Now we have hopefully finished the registration of the company. We start working heavily with your teams and others, and Dr. Adama and many, many Brazilians. And hopefully we might get the chance to work with the Brazilian government, which once we get there, it'll be too late, because I'm sure the ethos of the foundation will govern on its own.
Thank you, sir. I'm helping to translate your message to Dr. Adama, and she's doing a great job here in Brazil, a really great job.
I understand. She is working for the nation, not like the others who work with their own pockets. If we expose those who blocked the foundation in Brazil, and they were making thousands and thousands and using our name, you'll be puzzled what we found out. Dr. Adama is working for the nation, and she'll be successful support of us. Anywhere we can do, but at the moment we have to finish in one place that we can support many, many doctors across the world. We will issue within the next few days a certified document. Working through Keshe Foundation will change a lot of things for you to actively get engaged with your governments. And we're not relying on the Keshe Foundation Parsi group in Iran. We have started a different structure, and we bring it through that structure internationally out.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. When we finish with Corona in Brazil, we might change the Keshe Foundation Corona team in Brazil to the new space technology program, where Brazil has a deep understanding of the space program, and we start teaching that side of the technology for the comfort of the nation. Some of the Keshe Foundation Corona links will be converted into development of the new understanding of the soul and technologies and the rest of it. So we use that platform to build a new world structure for teaching. And Brazil is one of them.
I'm looking forward to that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe and Alvaro. We have a couple of more people here with their hands up. Dirk, perhaps you can go ahead. We allow you to speak there. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Yes, hello. It's me. I'm Dirk from Germany. Hi, Mr. Kesh. Sorry for my bad English.
Sorry about us, we don't speak German.
I've only known about your technology for 8 weeks. Yes, and I don't think I have enough time to study all your information about your technology. I love it, and I want to know so much more about your technology, about medicine and the soul and all of it. But I have CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome, and Hodgkin's disease and other diseases. And because of that, I don't have enough power to learn all the day, and I meditate so much because of the CFS, and lay down, meditate one time.
Where do you live in Germany?
I live in Brilon.
Where is Brilon?
Brilon, you know Dortmund?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 60 kilometers from Dortmund.
Are you in German group?
No, I tried to come to the private study and make my account there, but when I want to upload my documents, the pop-up window don't start, and always all the data are away.
There is something wrong there. Do you know about the Kesh Krona German group?
Yes.
Are you in there?
Yes.
Okay. Through there, send me a private message. Yeah?
Yes.
Go to my private. I'll help you to come out of your CFS very fast.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Because we know the process, we know how to help you. We should be able to get you back on the road with it. With Hodgkinson is the back side of the same disease. So we should be able to help you to live a more comfortable life.
Oh, very, very.
I'll show you the way, what you got to do, and then you do the rest of it yourself. But I have to understand a little bit more. Send me a private message on that line, and then I will respond to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Any other question?
We had an interesting question from Florin, who maybe represents some other people out there that are healers and so on. He says, I am not a doctor, but I want to help people to heal. Heal people who do not understand your gifts right now with procedures you offer only to doctors. Can you accept applications from non-doctors?
No. Especially with Dr. Rodriguez heading the new medical team at the Kesh Foundation. Hopefully in the next couple of months we start, now that the Chinese opened up. And we can get Austria opening up. The teaching of the Kesh Foundation will even be moved away from non-medical trained doctors. We open a new channel, and I was talking yesterday, a new headquarters for the central control for the what we call the enhancement unit will be set up in Iran under the leadership and the instruction of Dr. Rodriguez, that we will only accept doctors. We start training doctors in a very rapid way as the enhancement units start distributing around the world in May and June. And in that process, no, because it's too dangerous and it can get abused. Not the technology is not dangerous, it's the people who will abuse it.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of questions on the elevating of the soul. Liliana has a question, and I think she can maybe ask it in person, it'd be best. Go ahead, Liliana. Do you need a translator?
Oh, sí, por favor. Hola, Mr. Keshio. Hola a todos.
Hola. Who do we have here? John?
Yes, I'm here.
Could you translate for us, please?
Yes, I'm ready.
Hola, John. Bueno, la primera pregunta sería si elevar el alma es igual a elevar nuestra vibración.
Her first question is elevating our soul is the same as elevating our vibration?
Souls work in the level of fields, and there is no vibration, there is no frequency to it. When you get a vibration and frequency is when you're transferring your fields to a matter state for manifestation of that field. And it only exists in matter state. We see a certain amount of what we call not resonance, but field balancing when the two plasmas come together, but doesn't work as a resonance. It's just finding the field, the strength of it, that they merge together. It's totally different concept and principle. In a matter state, the field tries to get through a given length, so given gap. So you call it frequency till it gets himself cut off to get through. In a world of the plasma, the fields juggle till find a matching couple, the strength. So we don't see vibration, we don't see resonance, we see coupling. It's totally different understanding. So the answer is no.
That gets right into Nikolai's question, which goes, in elevating the soul of the man, does the resulting space gap, which has increased in size between the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man, dictate the transformation of the entity's behavior?
Doesn't dictate, it brings a new insight. It's very strange, but it does, it works. Let me see where I can pinch a page. I've said that I was teaching this, I think, in the Farsi teaching very recently, or in one of the teachings, or one of the public teachings. When you have a man like our friend with CBS, he will look like this when you see him. The position of the soul is somewhere here, and the position of the soul is somewhere. And the man will stand very much like this. After you elevate the soul, you understand, you teach the man. I always take a picture from them when they come to see me, especially people with CBS and fibromyalgia and that. I'll ask the gentleman to do that for himself. When you elevate the soul, when they understand the position, when they have the confidence that the position is what it is and how they change, the body changes this way. Notice the height I put on. Yeah. Literally, the man stands like this. In strengthening the soul, you see the body shape changes, the standing changes. And to create such a space gap, needs stronger fields. It gives you strength. Because the length of the neck has fixed the position. When you bend it, when you bend the shoulders, you stretch everything down to this. When you elevate it, you stand upright. Yes, it does. And you see it so clearly with people who you elevate. Just take a picture of yourself and go through the process. You stand taller. This way, you're hunted. This way, you're balanced and correct. The only problem is, once you get to this point, don't make somebody else to be there that you hunt. Then you'll find out very soon you become what you were before. You raise the others to stand the same as you. You don't get hunted. You change your friends, everything in your life. You change suddenly the color of the furniture and everything else which goes with it. Especially with fibromyalgia, CVS, and Parkinson. The posture changes. This is the posture of failure and sickness. This is the posture of strength and health. When the soul goes strong, looks after the body too. We don't strengthen, we strengthen the soul of the physicality, and we strengthen the soul of the man. In strengthening, they find they have a big problem. There's a little thing called the neck, which fixes it. So now, the only thing is pull up the rest that we can accommodate, and you stand upright. When you look at a man, look at his neck. You know how he works with his soul and his heart. Deviousness comes always from the man who are very short with very little neck, because the soul is not strong enough. Look at the German chancellors. Look at the American presidents. Very tall, with a strong will to power. When you look at Prince Charles of England, you know you have a biggest failure if he comes into power. God forbid he ever takes kingship. Goodbye, UK. He's one of the most incompetent people ever will come into kingship. And I said many times, kingship in England has to skip, if it stays, by one generation. If you look at the Japanese emperor and before emperors, shows the behavior of the nation, deception. It's just the way they walk. The emperor reflects the nation. You see, it is very easy. We analyze the behavior, not the name and what we call what they do, how they behave, how they stand, how they position themselves in different conditions. If you look in the Chinese, President Xi tries to be in the press every day. Something is shown of him somewhere in the press every day. The body cannot take so much. And when you watch his pictures, you understand how the man is, how he feels, and how decisions are made in those days and whatever. There's a very beautiful picture of President Xi marching in front of the army on a, in the, what you call, in Tiananmen Square. It's amazing how remote he is from the nation. And this is just after what we call a massive problems for him. If you know the problem, then you see the man on the back of the car, the way he is driven marching is, you see it, the man is in problem. When you see the president of Iran walking in a, what do you call it, in a march with the world leaders, or when they come to Iran, they have to welcome them. You understand the devotion to the nation, or lack of it. When you watch the welcoming of the head of a statesman, the head of a state, don't get absorbed by the pictures and the sounds. Look at the behavior, the standing, the gap between the leaders, how and who carries what. It gives you a lot about the relationship and about the position of that person in that office. Women are better to disguise it than the man, because the handbag takes a lot of shape. And women always hide their emotion in their handbag, as I call it. Where they put their handbag, how do they carry the handbag? If you look at the Queen of England, carrying a handbag is something, I own everything, why do I have to carry this? Most probably it is a dog food for the favorite dog. Watch, understand. Then you see the reflection of the soul. It's now that you start learning about the soul, understand how the soul behaves in the dimension of physicality. How does it make the physical life to manifest this? These are what you have to understand. Everyone who come across in Chinese Keshe Foundation or in European or World Foundation with Wang Lin, they all say she's so happy. She's always full of life. And then you go to Keshe Foundation, other groups, you see nothing but groveling, short, misconduct in behavior and everything else. When you see the two ladies heading the foundation in China and worldwide, they're full of life, both of them. And when they're together, it's just, what do you call it? Let's give to the world and change it. When you saw them in Malta together, you see it. We don't need to worry to take. We are there to give. And the both of them give unconditionally to the whole. Observe the behavior. And it's amazing what you see. Observe the behavior of your leaders. And then you see where your nation is going. Then you'll see, does it affect the soul? Yes, it does. But if you misconduct, you lose it. It's the same with the world leaders have the same problem. Always elevate the soul of your leaders, doesn't matter in what shape or form, you'll find that their conduct will bring a lot of benefit in what you raise the soul of to the whole of the nation. Mankind has to learn not to vote with the ballot box, but to elevate the soul of the leaders through the soul. You will understand very, very soon. Ballot boxes will become a thing of the past. Once mankind understands the elevation of the soul of, this is what I told you, the member of the Universal Council should never explain or say who they are. People will see by the light they carry with them. They see the soul, because they're to soul, to save, to serve. When a person needs to say, I'm the Universal Council member, you better forget about it. When you're in a meeting and you see Universal Council members, they should be like a shining star. People know where to go, where to be enlightened. When they have to introduce themselves, it means they haven't reached the level of devotion to serve. You soon will understand. Now that we have entered the level of the universal community understanding, you have to train your what to see. What did a guy said, Mr. Kesh, you brought the gas chambers and we worked with that, and then you suddenly brought this, and now you brought GANs, and the biggest evolution in the teaching in the life of the Keshe Foundation is today's teaching. Now we have introduced you directly to your own soul. This is the evolution. This is what all the teachings has been about, that we built up and built up. You can't go anywhere there. What GANs do you need? What does you need to elevate your soul? Because you came from it. That's why you needed to feed it. Now you understand. From today, there is no GANSes. There's a new energy, there is a new system, there is no new reactor. It's called your soul. And you have to understand it. You have no choice. Otherwise, you get entangled in Krona and you lose it in the dimension of you having no say in how and where it will take place. Now you have that knowledge and the freedom and no fear. Because, as I said, like a mother with an open arm, when the physicality runs into problem, come in, darling, I protect you, I clean you and send you out again. When you go outside and you play and you get dirty, what do? You go, Mama, she washes you, she cleans you, takes all the scratches off and puts a bandage on it, send you out to play. And now the body of a man is in that position. You played outside. The players were rough. You got damaged by Krona. Come back in the arm of the soul. Get repaired, cleaned up, and put outside. It's not that you're not going to play football again. The Krona or the cronies of the Krona, billies are many billies around. You go back in because you let it in. The mother is you. We don't say once you use the GANSes, you're not going to get anything. It's a fallacy. We tell you, get it and go out and play. You get hurt, there's a shower and a wash. We put you out again. The best players, doesn't matter how many times they get injured, they repair them on the floor and put them there because they're the most important players in the game. You're the same. You're the most important player in the game. What I taught you today is a new change. But I brought it so smoothly that you're all waiting for how the GANSes go, how the things go. You change your emotion. You change, become honest with yourself, become truthful to yourself, and watch the cup of life, and watch the cup of man, and see how they change. The change in them is a reflection in your emotion and your soul, nothing else. From today, we are in a new game. And from today, you have all the tools and the knowledge to elevate your souls to freedom, your physicality. But how you do it is your problem. Can I drink the GANS of this? You're still in the dimension of physicality. can I use the energy of this? You have entered the dimension of universal community. And now it's in your hand. It's totally in your hand. Do you have Parkinson? Why? Because the soul does not accept something, or the wife is a little bit too old and you have to go to self-service. It's very, very simple. And then you understand. You cannot let your body be abused. You have to be correct with yourself. And then when you don't abuse your soul, your physicality, nobody can abuse you. Then you are ready to become and leave and come back. You choose. You don't need to die to separation of the soul. You're in the seat of control. You'll never die. But there's a accommodation to make. It's very much from now on for the man has to be like going to the office. You travel in the dimension of the soul and you come back to the office in the physicality to be home and the children. The work is done with the soul of the man, and the physical life of enjoying the existence can be done with the physical body of the man. I have brought you a big change for those who understand. And I brought you a change for the rest of the life of humanity on this planet. We have finished with the prophets. We have finished with gimmicks of what you could understand. Now you have become in that level to understand, and it's your responsibility. As I said, in the Keshe Foundation Catholic Society, we never gave a certificate because it depends when you mature to use the technology, and that time is the point of maturity and your certification. How many of you have been in there as a Catholic Society? Somebody's microphone is open for years, and none of you made the ganses. You're there doubling everything. And now that the Corona has come, like the Italian Universal Council, like the Arab Universal Council, like many other of you, out of the fear and then the pain of the damage of the Corona, you start learning the ganses. Now, why have you had to learn this? Because if you're a Universal Council and you don't understand how things connect, you had to learn. Now, what's the next step? How are you going to use your soul to interact where you don't need the dimension of physicality? In a way, today's teaching is like the first time we showed the small dynamic bolts. Everybody said, Mr. Keshe, is now you changed it from gas to GANs, we're going to learn this. Now, it's dynamic. Its housing is not a ball, but your brain. You know that you have control in the speed of its work through the heart and soul of physicality. The motor sits in your solar. And then you understand, if I shake there, I shake in my soul. I fall in love there. I fall in love with my soul. And then you understand. Now the game has changed. You don't need from today to die to walk away from Corona. You embrace it and extend the soul beyond it, and it repairs and it comes back. And it's a child. As I said, they'll play. The physicality is so beautiful. You can go and get damaged and you come back in. Instead of going to the hospital, just increase the soul, do the repair back on the street. Play the game of life. Otherwise, you're just born and sit in one place till you die. Even if you become the travelers of the space, now that you understand it, how much can you travel? 1,000 years? 5,000 years? And you miss dimension of physicalities. And you would like to smell the roses, and you like to be able to kiss a child. You want to hold a woman or a man to enjoy the pleasure of physicality. You come back to Earth, or you find another planet like this. As you say, it reminds me of back home. And then you had enough, you pack it up, you take the soul, you travel to the other part of the universe. You become travelers of light, not the physicality. Until you get to that point, man needs to mature and nourish the soul. You can let it happen to come by natural death, or you can nourish it and control it and be a part of it during the life of the physicality of the man. Because every time you appear and reappear on this planet through the soul travel, you come with new dimension and age, not the age you left. Sorry, you come back in 500 years, back in the same room, same spot. It's been demolished, there's an apartment block, and nobody speaks English because the Chinese have moved in. You're lost. So you become a Chinese and you fit in and you live on the 400th floor. Now we have to learn to live with a new dimension, in the dimension of the soul of the man. And so today, this is your new tool. We give you a transition point, a point to be able to do it till you learn. It's like you get a driver to get a driving license, you're given a car and you go and learn driving lessons. Now I've given you your dummy car as a cup of man till you learn how to do it with your own soul. Simple. A new game, a new beginning, a new life for the mankind. You learn you want to extend the physicality, or you want to extend the soul, or you want to pack up the tent and move somewhere else. Up to now you did it in your dreams because you didn't know how it happened. Now you do it in reality with the full control. If you become good at it, you'll be 1 second here, next second gone, but the next second is where you wanted to be, in the office. Our Topoli has reached that point and he plays. I see him. In the past few weeks, because now he's totally locked down with us with massive amount of it, and he at the level of the cancers, wherever he walks, he has reached that level. He appears in one place and goes somewhere else. And I enjoy it. I was telling my son yesterday, he was here in front of me. And then he was back outside. Because he knew he was supposed to be outside, not inside, because Mama said he has to be outside, he shouldn't be inside. A few days ago, he played another game. Does he do it intentionally, but he hasn't realized it? It's a different thing. And I said to my son, he was here right in front of me inside. But he knew he couldn't be inside because Mom wanted him to outside. Immediately, you could see him outside sitting waiting for you. If a dog can do it, so can a human race. You have access to all of it. I have taught you enough. Now you have to understand yourself how to choose the time of your dream to be where and to be. And be open and transparent with it. Because otherwise, thou shalt steal and thou shalt not steal. Thank you very much for today. I've opened a new chapter for you, a chapter which mankind has been waiting for thousands of years, and hid it under different names, word banners, everything else, mosques and churches and synagogues and temples. Now you have the freedom of your own soul. Try to understand it. Try to understand what suits you and your soul, not what the others want you to do, because if it's correct for them. As long as you ask the question, is this cup right? Is this color right? It means you have not matured. Sit there, understand what this means to me and what it brings me, and through what it brings me, elevates me to serve the others. Then you're matured. As long as you see the questions, my color, my cup, my this, it means you're still in the bend of the street, as we call it.
Mr. Keshe, we're going to have soon classes to teach people how to get the soul out and travel. It's going to be easy.
Are you doing it? I'm not doing it.
No, I mean, in the future, we should be doing it. I mean, as soon as we start doing it.
I still got till 21st of March next year to teach you a little bit more.
Yes, I mean, we're looking forward to that too.
We'll see. Thank you very much for today. And hopefully, I have started a new cycle for mankind. And I hope the man will be kind to his own soul to see the kindness of the universe and the Creator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. Okay, I can remind people that still have questions, they can take them and carry them over till the next workshop. And we'll try to keep questions more orientated toward the soul end of things rather than the physicality end, as far as the way Mr. Keshe was describing. So keep that in mind as well. And if people do have questions about their various setups, they can always come into the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group is a good way to address those kinds of things. Okay, I think that's it. We have coming up on Tuesday is the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace at 4 p.m. No, 4 p.m. Central European Time, I believe. And I think that's it for announcements for now. Thank you, everybody, for attending this 324th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, April 16th, 2020. Thank you, especially Mr. Keshe. It's been an honor to be here for these workshops with you. Okay, thank you, Flint, and take us into the ending here, and see you all next time around.
Thanks, Rick.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate